Hello. Check. Hello. Check. There is.
Can I ask everyone to take a seat? We're about to be starting. Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed innovators, investors, and partners. Welcome to the 2024 Investor Day. I'm Noor Frejat, Senior Officer, Talent Management and Engagement at DIFC Authority, and it's a pleasure to be your host today. Today, we gather to explore the innovative programs being run by DIFC Innovation Hub, with a special focus on how these initiatives are shaping the future of business and technology in the region. This event will provide a closer look at the collaborative partnerships with Ripple, Emirates, and BD, and startups from the Ignite and DIFC Innovation Hub's ecosystem. Before we proceed further, it's my privilege to introduce Mohammed Al Balushi, CEO of DIFC Innovation Hub, to deliver the opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really bad with scripted speeches, but let me see what I can do. First of all, it's great to have all of you over here. I think this is about seventh or eighth edition of our. It's the seventh, isn't it? Yeah, it's seventh cohort that we're celebrating. I think it reminds me of when we started, and it was merely an idea to build an ecosystem within Dubai, within the IFC. Today, it is the largest ecosystem in the entire region. It spans over more than 300,000 square feet of space dedicated just for startups. And I think we've had our journey. It's been an interesting journey, and I think we've learned a lot. The region has evolved a lot. I believe this is just the beginning when it comes to innovation, when it comes to the startup ecosystem. There is so much more that we can collectively achieve together. And I think it's to programs like these which will actually enable us to achieve our goals. And that's why I thank our partners, Ripple, with whom we're running this the XRPL scale-up program, and I think and of course with Emirates and the NDTI program. I think we would want to encourage more and more programs to be conducted because I always say, how many startups can we scale through one program? So the more programs, the more opportunities for startups, and the more we can help them. And I think to that point, what I think we were kind of debating, how do we do what we're doing at scale? How do we help not just 100 startups, 1,000 startups? How can we enable thousands of startups? And we were grappling with this idea. That's where we decided we set up a digital platform. And initially, the idea was that we build a digital platform to serve our DIFC ecosystem. And I think as the platform development evolved, we realized that it could play a much bigger role. The entire UAE and Dubai ecosystem needed a platform that brings everyone together from the startup and entrepreneurial ecosystem. And hence, uh, a few weeks ago, His Highness Sheikh Hamdan, he announced Ignite platform that is purely built to enable startups and give them more robust connectivity with their peers, with investors, with corporates, and and also I think for me what is the most important part is how do we encourage more and more entrepreneurs? How do we get the next batch of entrepreneurs? So there will be a huge focus on students and corporate professionals as well who want to build their own startups. So how do we bring new entrants into the startup ecosystem? And I was just speaking to my colleagues this morning. I said, uh, when we started the journey of the innovation ecosystem in the IFC, there were hardly any startups over there. And I think it was this program that actually not only attracted startups from other parts of the world, it also encouraged more and more people to come up with new ventures. So a lot of young professionals and I think people that currently are on their jobs as well ventured into building a startup, and that's what we want to encourage. We want to increase the number of startups. We have 1,000 startups in the ecosystem, but that is, I believe, for what the region promises today, I believe for what Dubai promises today, that's a very small number. We can do much more, and we want to encourage much more. So we're here to support. We're constantly studying what the market needs, what the ecosystem needs, how can we bring the entire ecosystem together. So on that note, I would say, I'd like to thank our partners, Ripple uh, and Emerson BD. And I think collectively we have the duty to build this ecosystem because the economy is dependent on startups, because and digital startups in particular. Because if we look at the growth that is being promised from that is actually coming out of these startups, it's much bigger than the conventional sector. Uh, if we just look at digital space, and same goes for Dubai as well. We're expecting that tech startups and entrepreneurs will be huge contributors to its economy in terms of economic impact, job creation. So let's push that mandate together, and let's collectively make Dubai a global startup hub. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed. Before we dive into our startup pitches, we have an exciting panel discussion lined up. Our esteemed panelists will be discussing how the UAE is positioning itself as a global leader in innovation, key initiatives driving this transformation, and the emerging industries that are set to redefine the future economic landscape. Please allow me to introduce our panelists. Oral Delems, Global Head, RippleX Partner, Success at Ripple. Greg Pierce, Senior Vice President, SOHO and SME at Do. Hemant Julka, Group Head of Digital Innovation and Partnerships at Emirates and BD. Aslihan Dimiral Arslan, Senior Vice President, Innovation, Commercialization, and Digital Acceleration at Mashruq. The session will be moderated by Steve Gotts, Head of Business at the DIFC Innovation Hub. Thank you to our panelists.
Brilliant. Thank you. If I can ask everybody to come up and take a seat, we'll try to do it in order. Let's have a seat. And do we have the microphones for everybody? Do we have the mics for everybody? Perfect. So first off, thank you for joining us. I am amazed by the turnout, standing room only. So appreciate you taking time today, and also thank you for the panel for joining us. I think this is an important kickoff conversation to today's event. I think a lot of people know I moved here from Silicon Valley about a year and a half ago, and honestly, I've been blown away by the level of top-down support from government and industry when it comes to supporting innovation and startups in the ecosystem. And I think this is really important. So if I think back to about 10 years ago, there was a lot of conversation around tech companies, insurtech companies disrupting kind of incumbent corporations, disrupting banks, right? And thankfully, that kind of conversation has changed. It's evolved. And the conversation today is how do we work together? How do big corporations work together with startups to drive innovation, to try new things? And that's what we want to talk about today on the panel. We have four are very important partners here, and all of them are running programs specifically targeted at the startup ecosystem. And this is because we've made a pivot in Innovation Hub away from kind of general programs to much more targeted and specific programs. And that's what we want to talk about today. So maybe to kick things off, if we can like go down and talk a little bit about kind of how your companies are thinking about innovation and particularly how it kind of relates to the startup ecosystem.
Hi, I'm Aurélie Delaine. Sorry. I'm in charge of partner success. So it's a global team at Ripple. I'm based in Dubai. I'm French. And this team is helping partners building on XRPL scale their impact. So very grateful of the collaboration with the DIFC. And thank you for having us.
Greg?
My name is Greg Pierce. I'm SVP of small and medium at Do. My role is to try and help one of the largest technology businesses, as we believe we are in the UAE, to provide a platform to help small businesses and entrepreneurs grow. I think we believe it's fundamental to the health of the UAE that we play our part in making sure that platform is right to support small businesses.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Aslıhan. I'm working in Mashrek. I'm heading digital business solutions and fintech partnerships, and I think that's what makes it relevant here. So I'm also running the change management for the bank because in any digital initiative, any initiative is really important. So this is an integral part, and we're running it in the bank, and we have in parallel initiatives with the IFC and Steve.
Right. So maybe, Aurélie, we can start with you. I know Ripple just received in principle approval from the DFSA. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how kind of that in principle approval is going to kind of support startups that are in the room and development of the digital asset ecosystem.
Yeah, so getting the in principle approval from the FSA, the license, is a huge milestone for Ripple, especially enabling Ripple payment product. So as you know, the FSA is an independent regulator within the DIFC. By securing this license, we can now work with businesses of all sizes, from the small native crypto project that some are going to pitch to you today, to like top tier banks, and enabling end-to-end payment solutions. So very seamless solution for businesses. It's a B2B product. And we're building infrastructure for that payment, cross-border payment solution, including like full custody, including fiat on and off ramps, including liquidity solution. So very like seamless end-to-end solution as a B2B product. Ripple, like it's one license. We have like 55 license, like very much like compliant first, regulatory first, and that's why we align very well with the DIFC. We feel very grateful to have like clear rules of the road, clear regulatory clarity. In terms of the 55 license, with Singapore MAS, we have a license, like NYDFS for the Ripple USD stablecoin, hopefully coming anytime soon. So let's see. And then in Europe, the VASP license, Euro and Ireland, and also in the US, MTL licenses. We have like 35 licenses. DFSA also approved XRP, the digital asset, to be used for the DIFC businesses, so that's huge. Businesses within the DIFC construct can now use XRP. It's a very clear regulatory. And as a last point, I wanted to say how important it is to have this regulatory clarity within the UAE. That makes it a great place for businesses to scale. That's very, like I would say, almost like comfortable for us to know we have clear rules of the road. And UAE is uniquely positioned to win tech innovation thanks to this strong business first regulatory clarity mindset. Thank you for that.
Oh, thank you. We're glad to have you. So, Greg, I want to talk a little bit about DO, right? So you recently inaugurated the DO Innovation Center in the AI campus, one of the largest telcos in the UAE, and you're planting a flag in the ground. DO wants to be the organization that supports small businesses in the UAE. Maybe you can talk a little bit about kind of how you're doing it and what's the vision going forward.
Thank you. I'd just like to follow on, and I think the way that we see the small business environment in the UAE is typically driven at a federal level. The ease of doing business that is stated as a primary goal means that as one of the two telcos here, we have an obligation to try and make ease of doing business day to day. From a strategic vision perspective, our role in the value chain to make sure that we can interact with some of our larger partners and try and distill that down to something that can benefit the sustainability and the growth of the small business community, be that an entrepreneur right through to a startup through a scale up. So our view is that if we can start to build propositions and services that deliver flexibility, that support growth, whilst taking products and services from some of the world's largest tech businesses and packaging them into bite-sized chunks, we believe that that will do a few things. It will drive digital adoption, which we think is key to the overall growth of the UAE. It will also help with sustainability of the small business community. So ultimately, right at the top level, we believe that by building proposition services with flexibility and scalability, we can help the small business community survive and thrive. And right at the heart of what we do is enabling those small businesses.
Brilliant. So, Asli, Mashreq Bank, one of the oldest banks in the region, in the UAE, and you've constantly been at the forefront of innovation, which has been recognized. Can you share some insights on kind of how you're thinking about driving transformation in an organization kind of as old, but also kind of as rich as Mashreq Bank?
Thank you, Steve. So we are the oldest, but we feel the youngest. So I think it's a good thing to have in a bank because banks are traditional organizations, right? It may be difficult to change. It may be difficult to drive the change. So what we're doing in Mashreq is we're having a holistic picture, right? We're driving the innovation both from an infrastructure perspective. If you're an existing Mashreq customer, I'm sure you may have noticed the change in your apps, super apps, your retail experience. We have invested in the infrastructure from a trade perspective. We have the digital adopters. We are raising our own thought leaders in the bank. We're really promoting the entrepreneurship. So this is what we are doing internally. What we have done differently over the last 2 years, and coming back to Mohammed's points, we really started investing in the ecosystem. Like it started with our journey becoming a launching in the funding membership for the corporate launchpad, then our sponsorships in the Fintech Summit, AI Web3. These are all the things that made us closer to the ecosystem, closer to the fintechs, VCs, thought leaders, coming all over the world. So these are things we're trying to catch up with the digital transformation and trying to inherit the agenda of the government. Like now it is AI, and we're really focused on the AI-driven solutions in the bank for the last few years.
Like that's a nice pivot into AI. So you mentioned the Do AI Advantage series, but beyond this, I'm curious, like what's Do's broader focus on AI and digital innovation? How are you thinking about empowering the UAE's kind of tech sector, part of D33?
So I guess there's two answers to that question. We are spending a lot of time, effort, and energy working with a number of different partners to try and uncover the entrepreneurs of the future, try and find a way to invest back into the UAE, understand how we can help people with ideas and give them a platform for growth. So working all through the different Emirates on different propositions, programs that will hopefully then allow us to sustain the growth of some of the entrepreneurs to help them bring their products to market. And we're doing that in a number of ways. Some of it is just pure support in terms of mentorship. Some of it is through the AI investment program. And we're really trying to find a platform that allows people to feel safe and secure, test products and services, and then ultimately trying to find a way in which we can help take them to market. So there's a number of areas there. From a propositional perspective, we're taking time to understand which are the areas that will truly drive value for entrepreneurs and help them shortcut growth. One of the things that we are very aware of is that a traditional small business normally runs into trouble with cash flow, and it can be the number one thing that stunts the growth of a business. One of the biggest pieces of cash flow in a business is people. So by bundling things around ad tech as an example with our products and services that will allow them to take core connectivity, which is our bread and butter, and then help them maximize performance of their business by bringing other products and services. It feels like there's no single solution that will fit every person in this room. All of you will have different needs, different business challenges. We believe that our role in that across this whole piece is building an ecosystem with our underlying investment in connectivity, and then finding the flexibility through the investment in different technologies that will help drive sustainability, and therefore, back to D33, the better the sustainability of the small business, the faster the growth of the UAE, the more investment at a federal level and at a local level through some of the different Emirates and the different businesses. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, but at the very heart, it's trying to build that personalized, flexible proposition that drives the success of the small business.
I want to pick up on something you said, specifically around kind of supporting entrepreneurs, and I want to kind of talk about Ripple, because Ripple is kind of one of the OG kind of original kind of digital asset and crypto platforms. You've been around for a long time now. You've built quite a substantial portfolio of startups, and you run multiple programs to support startups. So I'm curious, like, how is Ripple thinking about empowering kind of the region startups, but as well as the broader financial sector in the Middle East?
Yeah, so two things. So first, like Middle East is a very strong market for us. 20% of our clients are in Middle East. And so it's very like a strong hub of innovation, but also for payments with like different corridors. And that's why we have so many partners and clients here. In terms of startups, we announced in 2021 a $1 billion XRP, which is almost 1 billion, which is $1 billion dollar now, actually. 1 billion XRP fund to help startups scale their impact on XRPL. And you're going to see 5 of them coming today and doing a demo. What I want to say also is like the financial inclusion piece. We're just getting started with payments and unlocking the power of blockchain through payment, Ripple payment being at the forefront of that. The other piece of, I would say, like almost bringing TradFi on chain is tokenization, and we've talked a lot with Steve about that topic and public-private partnership around tokenization. We see a lot of action on that, both on the supply side and the demand side. So when I say supply side, it's like issuers, like BlackRock, Fidelity, I would say most of the top asset managers now want to issue, and XRPL also being a blockchain of choice to issue. Why is a BlackRock interested in tokenizing? There are two things. First is operational efficiencies. So some of them, they've told us there's operational efficiencies, which means like lower cost of operating tokenized assets, which means like you can, when you do like a T-bill, it's very much a tokenized, commoditized product. So any cost savings that you can have internally, you can give that to the end customers. So first one is operational efficiencies. Second one, and that comes to financial inclusion, is democratization of access. So when we talk to some of like BlackRock, they have like, or others, they have like a minimum investment amount, and it's usually only for high net worth individuals. You have to go through a private banker, minimum investment amount. Now with tokenization, you democratize that access, coming back to financial inclusion, like getting, I would say, revenues yield on your portfolio is not only for the high net worth, it's for everyone. And the next step of tokenization is like, okay, I'm like, I have my portfolio of assets, they are tokenized on chain. I have my investment there. What else? So now it's about unlocking utility to those assets. It's like um, unlocking lending using asset as collateral. So that's huge. It's not only my portfolio of investment that are on chain, but then I can have access to lending using those assets as collateral.
So I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Yeah,
so
go for it, go for it.
1 billion XRP
Yeah.
fund, massive announcement. We have a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of
Yeah.
digital entrepreneurs in the audience. How much of that are we going to get in the UAE?
That's a great question. With the so far, we have like 170 projects that have been funded through that within like 30 countries, and definitely keen to develop the partnership. Being in charge of partnership and you being here, and I'm based in Dubai, it's a very natural progression to focus on the UAE. The accelerator program this week that was done in the DIFC Innovation Hub was a huge success. And I think this collaboration has been very fruitful. I heard like regulators were talking to the projects, and so it's such a great way to help the project. And you were saying like being the crypto, not the hub for startups, the innovation hub for startups. That's the best way to do that. So if you want a hard commitment, we can talk about that offline, but definitely keen to develop the.
Well, that's the ambition. We want the UAE at the top of that.
Absolutely, I'm with you on that, 100%.
So, Aslihan, so I want to talk a little bit about, so Mashrak set up Ventures, which is your innovation and investment arm, and you've actually done some really interesting collaborations. I don't know, can you share maybe a little bit kind of what you're doing and what areas you're focused on right now?
Yeah, so what we're trying to do now in Mashreq is really embracing the ecosystem, and that is why we set up the venture studio. So how we are looking at that relationship is basically integrating fintechs and integrating corporates into our solutions, right? So we have gone through a phase of, is it the end of the traditional banking? Is fintechs the disruptors? To a phase that we all need to work together, right? We need to work in a way that the banks coming with the domain knowledge, with the data, with the customer, with the fintechs being more agility, with access to newer technologies, because more or less they can get away from the heavy processes of the banks and the customers. We see more and more of our customers reaching out to us for their statements, problems, and their visions. So in the studio, in the venture studio, we're trying to get this engine running with the partnerships, with the collaborations, with promoting a couple of things. we are working on new products for the economy, like trying to bring some products that are in good use in more advanced economies, making them product market fit, and also enabling the initiatives of the country like ESG, right? That's been in the agenda since last year, since COP28. We're working with the fintechs to drive that into the product suite of the bank.
All right, maybe just kind of pick it up. So we have about
Yeah.
5 minutes left before we kick off the pitches. What I love to do is kind of look forward a little bit, right? And each one of you, the question is, so ahead, like what technologies, what areas, like where do you think the most exciting things are going to happen in the next 5-10 years?
So I think this year was all about AI and digital assets. So, we have our colleague here already. I think she's done a good point. That is happening, but I think what I'm excited about the banker is open banking, because that is a whole level of another banking, and we have seen how it helps you, the consumer, the corporate, in terms of the agenda. And if we think beyond 5 years, Steve, I think it's going to be about quantum analytics. How is the change? How is the prompts going to change? I can't honestly know what's it going to bring.
Quantum is music to my ears.
Yeah, I think, I honestly want to see. I think we're all young people. We will see how it is going to impact our daily life, but it's going to be very interesting.
Greg, as the telco on the panel?
I mean, just talking about quantum and quantum compute, I think the future for us has got to be perhaps more mundane. So the continued investment in the infrastructure within the UAE from a telco perspective will help not only from a network, from a power, from a data center perspective, that will help facilitate a lot of the technology changes that are going to be driven, that will help things like the blockchain, the quantum computer, etc., etc. From a personal perspective, my view is that personalization is the future. We live in a world today where one-to-many communications, one-to-many banking solutions, one-to-many telco solutions. The world, as we go forward with the better adoption of AI, will allow us to be more precise with the way that we talk to people. We will be able to do things with our network that will provide instant prioritization. It will take instant threat detection to an end user level. It will take instant delivery of products and services that will allow people to a much more personalized experience. But the underlying future for us is working with large multinational corporates in ways that make our network more efficient, use less power to drive more sustainability, and to enable every person sat in front of me here to deliver a business that will help the UAE continue to grow.
All right, wrap it all up.
Yeah, for me, it's about what I was saying earlier, bringing TradFi on chain, unlocking massive efficiencies thanks to blockchain. And I see blockchain almost like as a back-end play, abstracting away the complexity of blockchain for the end users, and again, unlocking efficiencies for all the players, like TradFi players that are a bit of inefficiencies right now, so helping with that.
Brilliant. Well, listen, I thank you for your time. This has been a fantastic lead into, I think, the exciting pitches that we're going to hear today. Thank me for joining the panel, and let's get started.
Thank you.
I know. I'm not next, right?
Thank you to our panelists for this extremely insightful discussion on UAE's innovation strategy pioneering the industries of tomorrow. Now, please join me in welcoming Reese Merrick, Managing Director, Middle East and Africa at Ripple, who will be introducing the XRIPL Scale Up Accelerator Program.
Morning. Ooh. Wow. I mean, every time I attend any form of event here, there's always people standing, which is, testament to the great work the DIFC and the DIFC Innovation Hub are doing. Bit of background. I know I'm standing in between the pitches getting going here, so I'll make it quick. Ripple have been in the UAE under the DIFC framework for over 4 years now. And really, when we look to enter a region, we look at where we can gain the most support internally to be able to expand and scale. And really, from day one, we've received that support from the DIFC. You know, we build on top of the XRP ledger. Our primary products really kind of benefit from the speed, the value that can be moved during using XRP on the ledger. So we want to support the ecosystem, but really what that comes down to is educating and allowing businesses to understand what the benefits are. They're coming and looking to build and utilize digital assets in their flow. And we've done this for many years. And really what we double down on is, let's look on regions where there's forward thinking. There is regulation. You can sit at the table with a regulator. You can understand. You can have those clear rules of the road to be able to start a business and scale a business, which I can tell you, Ripple is a global business. There are many regions where it just does not exist. So when we look from our US headquarters at regions, and you have Aurelie, who you just heard from, myself, who have been based here for a few years now, you know, we're saying, hey, this is the region where you need to be doubling down on. This is the region which is making an effort from the top down to make it a success, to be that startup hub globally. And really across every innovative innovation, we're seeing that. And really the DIFC Innovation Hub are at the forefront of that. Mohammed, I believe you mentioned over 1,000 startups already in your program that you're supporting. And that very much is the starting point. So Ripple, why did we Ripple choose the DIFC Innovation Hub? Quite clearly for that reason, because we can provide grants to startups and to businesses, but really the most important thing is that business to have that support from day one, to be able to come and work within an ecosystem where they're getting the support and the introductions they need, which are often the hardest thing to find. Already, I think, you mentioned, you know, this week, the startups on this program are already meeting with regulators. They're meeting with investors. They're going to be having and pitching to all these people in the room today. And really, this just lacks in so many regions right now. So I'm not going to say anymore. I just want to extend my gratitude to Mohammed Al-Baluchi, Steve, and the rest of the DIFC Innovation Hub. From our side, we're excited it started this week, but this is very much the start of something very special. And looking forward to hearing the pitches. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Reese. Now, let's introduce the first startup from the Ripple XRPL Scale-Up Accelerator Program. ALTDRX, a digital exchange for tokenized real estate, enabling real-time pricing and instant settlements. Let's welcome Anand Narayanayan, founder at ALT, to the stage.
Thank you. Check my PPT. Okay, cool. Morning, folks. My name is Anand. I'm one of the founders of AltDRX. We are, in essence, a digital real estate marketplace where Indians can buy and sell tokenized properties 1 square foot at a time. So imagine you come onto the platform, get yourself whitelisted through a KYC process, and boom, you can buy 10 square foot of Delhi, 20 square foot of Bombay, or even 1 square foot of Dubai, And whenever you think the price of real estate is priced right enough, just punch your sell order and exit your square foot. So in essence, you are trading in real estate just like how you will trade in stocks in stock exchange. That's the marketplace that we have. We are powered by an algorithmic daily pricing, instant settlements, and all our ledgers are written on XRPL Ripple's blockchain. So we've launched, we are not a concept, we've launched about a year back. 7 cities that are live on the platform. So what that means is we don't launch a specific property. We launch the entire city on the platform. So what that means is we tokenize a basket of properties for every city. So the basket becomes like an index. So each token represents an index of a city. So you can buy Bangalore tokens, which in essence represents the entire real estate of a given city. So 7 cities are live on the platform. About 35,000 users have already lived in. About 7,000 transactions have been processed in the last 300 odd days. We have about 20 to 23,000 tokens that have been minted and traded. And guys, listen, about 1/3 of the tokens have changed hands, which means secondary trades have happened in under a year. Imagine people buying and selling real estate under a year, just like stocks. We have customers coming from 36 cities. Imagine that. Traditionally, when we buy properties, we buy in either our hometown or the city that we live in. But with tokenization, with all DRX, people are buying and experimenting beyond traditional cities. So capital is truly breaking geographical boundaries. We are there in 2 regulatory environments. One is IFSCA in India, which is very similar to DFSA in Dubai. And we are also part of the Qatar Financial Center in Qatar. Our core founding team, we have about 50 people. The core founding team is about 6 of us. Deep expertise across banking, real estate, fintech. 3 of us are second-time founders, so we've been there and done that. Other than the founding team, we have a super eminent advisory board. Our advisory board is chaired by the Securities Market Regulator of India, the ex-chairman of the Securities Market Regulator of India. That's the kind of wisdom that we have backing our platform. Okay, so last year we did about $750,000 in revenue. This year we should be doubling it to about $1.5 million in revenue. Next year we should be tripling our revenue to about $4 million. That's the kind of revenue growth that the firm is facing. The markets are deep. The obtainable market just in India and the Middle East is about $60 billion of annual tokenized assets that can be brought into the platform. That's the depth of the market. So our inspiration is NASDAQ, So just like how NASDAQ has this iconic stock exchange in New York, did you guys know that other than the stock exchange in New York, they power 70 stock exchanges around the world. 70 stock exchanges around the world are powered on NASDAQ's core tech. So our inspiration is them. We'll have one B2C platform in India, just like how NASDAQ has in New York. And we would bundle up the tech that we built in India into a B2B SaaS platform and power asset owners around the world to be able to tokenize assets. So imagine an Emaar.com or let's say Neom in can now tokenize their assets with our help and sell those tokens on their website. Powered by us, powered by our technology, we act as licensed custodians for those assets. So a B2C platform in India, which has already raised about $4 million in capital in the pre-seed and seed rounds. We are raising $3 million at about a $60 million pre-money valuation. That's the B2C platform. The B2B platform based out of Qatar, which is what is going to tokenize assets around the world, that is at a fairly nascent stage. That's raising about $3 million at about 12 million pre-money. So opportunity to invest in India and US dollar cap table. Thank you.
Palisades, revolutionizing wallets and custody infrastructure and with integrated transaction monitoring and compliance tools. Let's welcome Thomas Kiddle, founder at Palisades, to the stage.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Just give me a moment. Right. So everything starts with a wallet. A wallet is more than just secure storage for your digital assets. It's the foundations of trust and security in the Web3 industry. It safeguards a business's operations and their reputation as they embark on their journey in Web3. Since 2011, there's been over $50 billion worth of assets lost or stolen. Got a bit of an issue here. Lost or stolen through a series of incidents, including misappropriation of assets, theft, and losses. And this issue is going to get bigger and bigger because in the next few years, it's estimated there will be 1 billion people holding digital assets. And for the companies putting together their Web3 strategies to support this explosive growth, they're tasked with one primary question. And that question is, how do we secure the assets of our end users? And they have three options. The first is do nothing, pretend this is not a problem. I don't recommend this. The second is to build your own wallet infrastructure. This requires immense expertise in cryptography, cybersecurity, and regulation. I don't recommend this either. And finally, you can pay one of today's existing wallet infrastructure providers extortionate sums of money for a slow-moving, antiquated wallet solution that can't keep pace with the growing demands of the industry. My name is Tom. I'm the co-founder of a company called Palisade, and we're building next-generation regulated wallet infrastructure for the industry. We're on a mission to supercharge digital assets and turn wallets into our clients' competitive advantage. My co-founder and I have over a decade of experience in blockchain. We've built products at companies such as Apple, Ripple, Capital One, and IBM. And now we're focused on building secure management solutions, flexible governance, and delivering regulated solutions to the industry. We deliver our product in a super intuitive user interface and an API that enables product teams to rapidly deliver products to the market. We haven't built this blindly. We've spent thousands of hours speaking with institutions, government bodies, regulators, and product teams to learn about the pain points of working with today's custody providers. But the number one question we get asked is, how are we different from Fireblocks? And that's easy. We've listened to the industry. We're delivering straightforward SaaS-based pricing that customers love, deep, meaningful integrations that add immediate value, a strong focus on regulation, not just technology, and governance is a core pillar, not an afterthought. We understand the market. It's a $1.6 trillion market. We know who our competitors are, and we're going after every single one of them. We're starting in Europe, in the UAE, and over the coming years, we're spread across the rest of the world. Today, we're building out infrastructure for payments companies and market makers, but we've had really good success with tokenization firms too. We've built out wallet infrastructure for the XRP ledger, for Bitcoin, and for Ethereum, and now we're exploring other ecosystem too. In just the first 6 months going live, we've smashed through our revenue targets, and our clients absolutely love us. I would love to stand here and talk more about what we're building, but I think I'm at time. So please come and find me after today's presentations, and I'll talk you through our go-to-market strategy and our upcoming fundraise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gen 3, next gen gaming studio and technology company. Let's welcome Shen Marincombe, the co-founder and CEO of Gen 3, to the stage.
Thanks. Hello everyone, my name is Shen. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Gen 3 Games. We're an independent game development studio that utilizes AI and blockchain to enhance gaming experiences for players and incentivize on-chain participation and activity. So the gaming market is absolutely massive. It's a $200 billion market, which is larger than both the film and television market combined. Then looking at the Web3 gaming market, while it's significantly smaller at about $10 billion, this has been exponentially growing over the last 5 years. Then looking at the creature collecting style games, which is a gaming genre that we specialize in, this roughly averages around $1 billion per year. And again, this has been exponentially increasing over the last decade. So what do we actually do at Gen3? We have 3 core pillars. We have our own original IP, where we create our original games utilizing various different blockchains, such as the XRP ledger, to tokenize in-game assets and rewards. We also outsource our game development studio to partners to help design and develop other games for them. And we also create the infrastructure around games. We create decentralized marketplaces, decentralized trading platforms, all tailored around in-game assets. So why Gen3? We believe we are at the forefront of AI technology within game development. We not only use AI within the development process for us to efficiently develop games similar to a larger scale studio with a smaller team, but we also integrate AI within the games itself to enhance the player experience. We have a proven revenue model where we've grown from just a studio of 2 to 3 people to 10 people now, purely on the revenue we've made from our original IP tokenized on the XRP ledger. Our infrastructure products like Tradeverse, which is a decentralized NFT marketplace tailored for gaming assets, is set to generate a significant amount of revenue through 2025 and 2023 and 2026 by tokenizing a lot of high-tier Web2 IP, such as Ready Player One, Muhammad Ali, FIFA, and many others. Our first and flagship original IP is called Zertmon, which quickly became the most popular game on the XRP ledger. We've contributed to the largest amount of NFT sales volume on the XRP ledger in 2024, and we're currently averaging more than 20,000 on-chain transactions every single month. Our next original IP, which is set to come out in Q3 2025, is called Untamed Isles. We're blending 2 very unique and popular genres using the extraction style gameplay loop and combining that with creature collecting style games. And this is a combination of genres which has never been explored before, even in the traditional gaming industry. So we're very excited to bring this to the XRP ledger and the Root network. AI League Football, also known as All Stars Football, is us working with one of our partners, Futureverse, and helping them redesign, relaunch, and bring on-chain one of their games. So this is an example of how we outsource our development studio to partners to help them incentivize on-chain participation and activity through gaming. And finally, we've got our gaming infrastructure. We recently launched the Tradeverse, which is a decentralized NFT marketplace and P2P trading platform tailored specifically for gaming assets. And we've gamified many different parts of the platform itself. And we also work with very high tier IP such as FIFA, Reebok, Ready Player One, Muhammad Ali, and many others to tokenize this IP directly on chain and try and bring Web2 users into Web3. So our roadmap in 2025 contains a lot of enhancements and upgrades to our existing products such as Zertmon and Tradeverse, and it also includes the launch of our upcoming original IP like Untamed Isles and some of our partner projects that we're helping them work on and design. We have a very experienced core team with over 30 years of blockchain and development experience. We come from a wide variety of backgrounds from game design, game development, full stack development, and blockchain development. This core team, along with the latest technology, we're able to develop games at the scale of much larger teams as a small independent studio. We're currently undergoing a seed fundraising round being led by Born Ready Ventures. We're raising $1 million and have 60% already committed. We're also looking for experienced partners within the Web3 gaming space. And if you're interested in joining us on this journey, please feel free to reach out to me on Telegram, X, or email, and we'll have a booth out there if you'd like to chat with us anymore. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Propto, a platform for buying and selling tokenized assets, offering transparency and efficiency. Let's welcome Eduardo Penavina, co-founder and CTO at Propto, to the stage.
90% of retail investors never venture investing beyond their own family home. And most part of institutional grade assets are illiquid. While it's true that institutions have much more options for investments, their options for cashing out are more limited. Meanwhile, retail investor options are limited or too risky. This is a market that's currently being underserved. And mind you, it's not a small market at all. We are talking about a total market of 500 trillion US dollars. But this market is quite hard to enter. There are three main reasons. First, there are high capital requirements to become an accredited investor. Second is that the institutional grade good assets are illiquid. And finally, regulation. And let me tell you about regulation. Regulation is what's making all the existing companies, or most of them, both in Web3, both in TradFi, struggle in this space, which is not a surprise, honestly. Regulatory compliance is overwhelming. We need a battery of licenses just to be able to operate. We need MiFID license to be able to advertise investment products. We need vast cash to trade digital assets. We need regulated custodian. We need on and off ramping partners. But good news is we made it. We've built Propto. Propto is a platform where users can invest in alternative assets with the same experience as online shopping. We are opening the door to a whole new universe of investments that were previously out of reach, from real estate, private equity, renewable energies. We built a primary market. We've built a secondary market where users can keep trading what they bought. And the users, they have control at all times of the performance of their investment. Plus, the asset manager retains management of the asset. And this is a pretty major point. Here, they can keep managing the day-to-day asset, plus raise further debt or sell more shares on this asset. The mechanics of onboarding are straightforward. First, we onboard the asset and its team, and we generate an investor prospectus. Then, these digital shares, bonds, or crowdfunding opportunity is fractionalized and it's tokenized. And these tokens are listed on Propto and on the platforms of our partners. A pretty big feature of our process is that we automatically share the transfer fees with our partners. And that's pretty much it. From this moment, users can trade their tokens while earning monthly dividends. Everything automated, everything 24/7. The regulatory aspect, fortunately, we have clarity now. Thank you to DLT, MiCAR, and the European Blockchain Sandbox, which incidentally, we are the first Irish company to enter the European Blockchain Sandbox. Now we have clarity to trade real world assets. Plus, our licensing umbrella allow us to advertise across all 27 EU countries. Our team brings a deep expertise in PropTech, FinTech, law, and blockchain. And I'm pretty happy to announce here that we secured 70 million in impact investment for our pilot launch in 2025. This investment will generate an income of 1.4 million euros. This investment is composed mainly of renewable energy projects, commercial real estate, and social housing, which brings not only returns for investors, but also a positive social impact. We are looking for asset managers and for fund managers looking to buy high quality EU assets for their clients. And we're also looking for asset owners looking to sell shares or raise debt against their holdings. My name is Eduardo Penaviña. I am the co-founder of Cropto, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions after this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. VNX, a European stablecoin generator focusing on Swiss franc and gold-backed coins for cross-border payments. Let's welcome Alexander Tkachenko, founder and CEO, Nikita Gortonov, Business Development Manager at VNX, to the stage. Kindly note, after this, we'll be having a 15-minute coffee break. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alexander. I am founder and CEO of VNX.
My name is Nikita, Business Development Manager. We're glad to present VNX. Imagine Maria, a small business owner in Mexico, trying to make a payment to her supplier in Germany. Once the payment initiated, the bank takes 5%. Conversion adds 4 to 5% to the cost. And to top it off, the payment drags through intermediaries for 4 days. But if Maria used stablecoins for the exact same transaction, she would pay a fraction of a price and the payment would settle almost instantly. Stablecoin payments are instant, available 24/7, transparent, and cheap. However, they still operate in gray zone in many countries.
Here comes VNX, a European regulated stablecoin issuer. VNX has 2 regulated entities, one in Luxembourg and one in Liechtenstein. A funny fact is that the current Prime Minister of Luxembourg, Mr. Luc Frieden, assisted our license application 5 years ago when he was out of politics. We also received a 4.5 million euro grant from the Luxembourg government to develop our platform and technology in Luxembourg. VNX companies are located in 2 of the largest European financial centers, and we have a dedicated partner here in Dubai. Therefore, VNX can facilitate payments in VNX stablecoins between Europe, Middle East, Africa, and Asia. We're integrating with traditional financial institutions such as Signum Bank, the largest crypto bank in Switzerland, and Cumberland, the largest OTC and market maker in the world of crypto, in order to build the platform for stablecoin payments. We're DeFi native. We are integrated with 10 blockchains. We're connected to more than 15 DApps. These integrations help create deep multi-chain liquidity in VNX stablecoins. The result of our team's effort is a market cap of 13 million, more than 100 million in transacted volume, and a 40% compound month-on-month growth over the last year. Our team comes from traditional financial institutions, and we understand well issues in the current cross-border payments. And we know how to build cheap and efficient way to send money across the world.
The team is supported by the board members who stand at the forefront of European digital innovation from legal, compliance, and business perspective. As markets shift to crypto adoption, we believe that stablecoins will be crucial to the industry. We will see a clear regulation and institutional players entering the market, like the recent acquisition of a stablecoin payment platform by Stripe. We seek 10 million in funding to accelerate our growth, enter new markets, and expand our infrastructure. Join us in shaping the future of the cross-border payments. Thank you for your attention. Book a meeting with us. We'd love to tell you more.
Thank you.
Now it's time for the coffee break. It will be 15 minutes and then we'll come back here. Please feel free to visit the booths on your right. Thank you, everyone. Can I ask everyone to settle down? We're going to be starting soon. Thank you. Can I ask everyone to take their seats? We're going to be starting soon. Thank you.
Hello, sir. So people said it was a this coming here. It's great to be here with all of you.
Thrilled to introduce an engaging panel discussion on a revolutionizing the financial landscape. The evolution of money with the rise of digital currencies and block technology. Our esteemed panelists will delve into how digital currencies and blockchain technologies are transforming traditional financial systems, the implication of global economies, and the future of money as we know it. First, we have Saqat, Secretary General, Dubai Digital Asset Association, Giovanna Jovanovic, co-founder and CEO, Omla, George Carrasco, Managing Director, Blockchain and Digital Asset, FTI Consulting, and the moderator for this panel discussion is Amna Asman Chaudhry, financial economist and frontier technologies strategist.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So this is an interesting time to be discussing the evolution of money as we see emerging technologies, including blockchain, revolutionize the future of finance. So we have only 30 minutes and so much to cover in today's conversation. So we're going to dive right in. Luckily, we are joined by three brilliant panelists, all of whom bring a unique perspective to our conversation. So I'm going to ask our panelists to kindly introduce themselves. We'll start with George, please. Jorge.
Yeah, very quickly. So my name is Jorge, and I work for FTI Consulting. I've been 9 years in the UAE, around 7, 8 in the blockchain digital assets ecosystem here in the region, and we support all type of businesses and of course the financial industries as one of the earliest adopters of the technology.
Wonderful. My name is Slekat Arikat, and although I've been speaking to crowds like you for 10 years about blockchain, I'm still excited to be here. Just by a show of hands, if I'd ask you to explain blockchain and digital assets, would you be able to? Awesome. So anyone that doesn't have his hands up, you're my people today. Thank you for joining us. I'm Slekat Arikat, the Secretary General of the Dubai Digital Asset Association.
I'm Yovana, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Omla. I come from a very different background. In fact, I spent the last 15 years working at the intersection of some very different and interesting industries, from financial services, tech, and consumer brands. I've worked with the likes of TikTok, MasterCard, Visa, Barclays, and really bringing something different to the digital asset space with all of these learnings.
Thank you. And my name is Amna Usman Chaudhry. I'm a financial economist and frontier tech strategist. Now, in the past decade alone, we have seen blockchain technology evolve so much. You know, from being once associated only with cryptocurrencies to now being a tool for innovation in financial services. So now we have the likes of stablecoins, CBDCs, you have tokenization, decentralized finance, DeFi, ReFi, Deepin, and the list goes on. So we'll start with Johanna, and Johanna, maybe you can tell us how traditional financial institutions are adapting to the rise in digital currencies, and what steps are they taking to keep up with the innovations happening in blockchain?
All right, I'll take almost two different parts to this question, right? Because there's cryptocurrencies, but then there's also the blockchains, which are the technologies essentially behind the cryptocurrencies, right? And I think one of the most obvious and one of the most seen out there is really on the financial side. So, I mean, very early on, Revolut and Robinhood already started offering cryptocurrencies as a trading mechanism on their platforms, eToro, so on and so forth. Recently, we've seen the banking industry embracing digital assets as well. I mean, just in the UAE alone, we've seen in the last couple of months, Standard Chartered announce a partnership with Crypto.com. We have seen WeoBank offering cryptocurrencies for trading on their platform as well. And Bank has also similarly announced their plans for expanding into digital assets. So I would say these are the more natural or organic ways to bring them into the ecosystem. I think a lot of what is not seen, however, is on the technology side. And this is, I think, a lot of people don't really understand is that behind each and every cryptocurrency, or not every single one, but a large portion of them, is a technology. And you've seen the likes already of massive companies like PayPal adopting the Solana blockchain to increase efficiencies and reduce costs on their existing business, right? In JP Morgan, they've got a whole unit called Onyx, as well as a blockchain of their own, of which even within the UAE, Fab Bank has run pilots using this blockchain as well. I think there's so many of these underlying technology uses that are not front-facing, but that are already being integrated into the space. And then I would say there's a wide spectrum of other things going on. So BlackRock and Fidelity offering custody and trading solutions for their institutional clients. We've seen the rise of CBDCs, as you've mentioned as well. In 2020, there were about 35 countries exploring CBDCs. 2024, it's already over 134 countries. So very much here to stay. And I think there's a misperception, I would say, that amongst the regular person that traditional finance is not going there, but it is already very well underway and in motion.
You. And I agree, it's so inspiring all the things that are happening in the UAE and Dubai as well. The government is also playing a major part, so it's really great to see the progress. Now we're going to move to stable coins. Recently, just last month, we heard the news of a UAE dirham-backed stablecoin being launched, the AE coin, backed and regulated by the Central Bank of UAE. How many of you have heard of this? Oh, wow, very well-informed audience. So even globally, stablecoin addresses have increased from 1 million in early 2020 to around 8.7 million as of August 2024. So my question to Jorge is, what advantages do stable coins bring to the traditional financial systems, and how do they bridge the gap between fiat currencies and cryptocurrencies?
Yeah, that's a great question. And stable coins are right at the intersection of the traditional financial system and the cryptocurrencies. So they bring all the benefits of the traditional financial ecosystem, bringing stability by pegging against typically stable assets like currencies, like commodities, like a bag of things that we consider stable. But at the same time, they bring all the benefits of blockchain, which is the underlying technology. So cryptocurrencies may be more volatile, they may have a specific purposes, but the stable coins are meant to make that connection. So in those lines, so stable coins provide a 24/7 operating monetary system. They bring also a very secure, transparent, and traceable way of transacting money, right? And they provide all these benefits to, and they can be programmable money as well. So you can provide a lot of additional new services, and also banking unbanked, because people with a smartphone and people with a wallet can start transacting money globally. They don't need the traditional banking ecosystem.
Financial inclusion is such an important use case. Thank you. Now, with so much happening in this space, governments around the world are also coming up with regulatory frameworks for assets. And let's move to Sakar. Because of your experience in this space, how do you see governments are balancing innovation and regulation with the need of security? And also, what are the biggest challenges that are being faced by digital currencies when it comes to regulations?
Thank you. That's a great question. I think I've gone full circle. In October, I've celebrated 10 years in this space. At the time, 10 years ago, when Dubai adopted a blockchain strategy, it was the first government in the world to adopt blockchain, right? And they said, we want to use it for efficiency, to make people's life easier, to help you do your transactions faster, which was groundbreaking at the time. At that point, if you would have asked me, I would have told you blockchain is a little snowflake and we need our special purpose-built regulation. Now, fast forward 2024, it is very difficult to find a major economic zone in the world that doesn't have crypto asset regulation. Having said that, I don't believe that this is the right approach to doing things. Now, mind you, in the UAE, we had ADGM out as early as 2018 to regulate exchanges. We had the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority being announced, which was the first dedicated regulatory authority for virtual assets in the world. We continued to then be the first city to have a metaverse strategy and to start adopting this. The UAE government became the first government to ever meet in the metaverse. Now, Reason I say I don't believe regulating this with special purpose-built regulation is the right way anymore is because the speed of innovation simply the regulation will never be able to keep up with the speed of innovation. With that, does that mean we should operate in a regulatory sandpit and we shouldn't have any regulations? No. But we should use common sense regulations, protecting the people. You know, we're all celebrating 98,001 Bitcoin. Is someone talking about the risks attached to this? Is someone talking about all of the billions of dollars that are being lost by consumers? You know, you said financial inclusion earlier. The people that are losing money are the most vulnerable of people who look at a token and see that token went up by 200% in one day, and then the next day they lose their life savings. So yes, we do need regulations. When we think about what is difficult for governments, particularly to start adopting this, I feel very privileged to have advised many governments around the world. The work that I've delivered with my teams has impacted 4 countries' law. So I do believe that there is special required considerations, but I don't believe that we need to operate in a full regulatory environment that is purpose built for digital assets. The biggest issue is that regulators, and if we're really honest with each other, we don't understand blockchain, we don't understand crypto, right? I want to do a little test with you guys. If I ask you to technically explain the internet to me, who of you could do that? Right. But if I ask you, have you used the internet today, the entire room's hand would go up. But we don't need to understand the internet. If I know that I can click here and receive my pizza 15 minutes later. Similarly, with blockchain, we're all trying to understand what blockchain is, and no one's talking about how can we use it, how can we protect people, how can we provide the right business opportunities for startups to develop in this space. So yes, we do require regulation. Today, regulation is actually, you know, in the US has regulation. MICA, which is a European regulation, is coming out into effect beginning of January. But also, the longer I spend in this space, the more I realize that, you know, these purpose-built regulations will quickly be outdated.
I agree. You know, emerging technologies, including blockchain, are progressing at the exponential speed. So let's go on and talk about central bank digital currencies. The UAE has been a leader in this space as well, with Project Abir that was launched in 2019 and laid the foundation for Project Mbridge, which was launched in 2021. And earlier this year, we heard that we now have a successful MVP. So lots of innovation happening in this space. Jorge, let's move to you. As central banks around the world are working on building central bank digital currencies or CBDCs to provide a trustworthy alternative to cryptocurrencies, how do you see these CBDCs competing or coexisting with stablecoins?
That's a good question, and you can think of a CBDC as a stablecoin that the government is emitting, right? So in that sense, what is the sense of issuing other stablecoins? The way I see it is CBDCs are public infrastructure, and they are serving basic needs of transfer of value, transfer of money across the citizens of a country, and this is protected by the government itself. And I see stable coins as a private placement of that monetary system that serves other type of use cases. So for example, transacting money between businesses and or between people and businesses within the same country, you can perfectly use CBDCs if they are designed and implemented with the right characteristics that the blockchain technology brings, like lower transaction fees, immediateness, etc. But now, if you want to create a specific financial products, then I see that it makes sense for a bank to implement a stablecoin. will allow them to create all those products, create smart contracts for that functionality. For international remittances as well, stable coins could work very well for international remittances. So they could potentially compete if the CBDC becomes very flexible and functional, and banks see that by adopting the CBDC and getting that functionality, they can implement the very same things. But I feel that stablecoins will still have a place to implement things where the CBDC is not reaching, and offering more financial options and financial products to the people.
Thank you. And who knows how many CBDs, how many countries are experimenting with CBDs? So Johanna already mentioned that. Who was listening, or who knows? Anyone?
The number is a bit higher.
It is quite high, yes. It's 3 digits. Hint. All right, 134 countries already working on CBDCs. So exciting and interesting innovations ahead. Now let's move on to tokenization. Had Ripple before, and by Ripple actually says that tokenization as a whole is expected to reach 16 trillion US dollars by 2030. And that includes financial assets tokenization as well. So, Johanna, how can digital assets be tokenized? How can tokenized assets be seamlessly integrated into the current financial institutions? And what technological advancements are taking place which can help with the integration?
I'm gonna take this question from a slightly different angle. And I like what Sakar said, that you don't necessarily need to know how the underlying technology works, right? I think there's a place for that, but there's a place for going to market, there's a place for product integration, product packaging, and remerchandising, and the whole shebang. And I believe the key to this question actually is partnerships and distribution. And what I mean by that is really, I believe currently real world asset tokenization is in a very siloed space, as in they're working very far away from where the customers really are. And I think the real method to getting RWAs, and for anyone who's not familiar with the term, it is real world asset tokenization, right? So there's a real world asset, and then there's a token representing that. So what does that really mean? I mean, it really means bringing what the 1% own anybody, right? And I think that's very much our ethos as well as Omra is. We've taken the approach of how do we build a distribution layer that allows people to come safely, responsibly, in a trusted manner into digital assets, but in a way that is not techie, that's not going into how it works, giving them a solution that enables them to manage money, to send, to spend, to save and invest, rather than focusing on what the technology does. And I think that is the key. And I think the key with partnerships is working with distribution channels, whether it be banks, whether it be existing consumer products, and really making sure that the products are there, but how do we make them accessible for people, easy to understand, and most importantly, responsible and trusted.
Thank you. And tokenization has immense potential to be the bridge between blockchain and finance as well. So when it comes to blockchain, there's a lot of ethical questions as well that are raised. A lot of people complain, rightfully, that certain blockchains, particularly those which have proof of work consensus mechanisms, are very energy intensive. And yet, we see blockchain being an important tool in regenerative finance and refi. So, Sakar, coming back to you, how do you see this dual narrative of challenges and benefits being shaped out? And how can we minimize the concerns while maximizing the benefits?
You know, blockchain, what really got me about blockchain is that it took me, and you know, as humble as I am, I do consider myself a bit of smart. It took me 3 weeks to understand the base concepts of blockchain. So if you've looked at blockchain technology, at crypto, and you said, oh my God, I don't understand this, you're in the right track, right? A lot of this thinking that blockchain brings, decentralization, solving for double spend, being able to create digital value and sharing that value across the internet, a lot of that is reshaping the base of our thinking. So I'm Palestinian. I'm born and raised in Germany. If I open a German news channel today, a Palestinian is a terrorist. But if I ask 100 people here, they tell me, no, maybe you're a freedom fighter, but what you're doing, the point isn't to talk about Palestine. The point is that the media needs you to buy into a certain narrative. And that narrative for blockchain and crypto is it's bad for the environment. It uses so much electricity. You know, a lot of the poor people don't have electricity because in these countries we're mining Bitcoin. That's absolute nonsense. When we say Bitcoin uses electricity, look around you. You see anything that doesn't use electricity? The banking network, the gold mining industry, YouTube, the internet uses thousands of times more energy than the Bitcoin network does. The beauty of the Bitcoin network, though, is that you have something called, a decentralized network that is open, permissionless, and accessible to each and every one of you. I can actually source where the energy came from to create my Bitcoin. And the Cambridge University came together and actually published it. So if you put online, if you Google Cambridge and electricity and Bitcoin, you'll find the tracker that the Cambridge University has come out with. And factually speaking, opposite the narrative that we've all fed, Bitcoin has been a huge driver for renewable energy and adoption of renewable energy and research in renewable energy. And more than 50%, dwell on that for a second, more than 50% of the energy being used to mine Bitcoin is coming from renewable energy resources, right? So question the status quo, question the narrative that you're being fed online. Factually speaking, it's actually the opposite, right? Bitcoin in many ways has driven research and advanced research and adoption of renewable energies more than any other IT system in the world. Microsoft says they want to be green by, 2030, I think, and zero carbon emission. The Bitcoin network can already show that more than 50% of all energy used to mine Bitcoin today is coming from renewable energy sources.
Thank you. So that's really interesting. We currently have COP29 going on as well, and renewable energy sources are a major focus and something that we really need to work on. I think another point that I would add is, apart from Bitcoin, if you have the opportunity, you can also look into greener blockchains such as Celo, Hedera Hashgraph, Ethereum, and Cardano, and so on. Do your own research. And yes, it's great to ensure that we use more renewable sources of energy to power proof of work with blockchains. Now let's see. We'll move on to audience Q&A. I know everyone here might have some questions for our panelists. So please raise your hand and we'll come to you. So
Hi. Sorry, I'm not an expert in this space. My question might be very elementary to all of you. I don't yet understand what's the difference between CBDC and the iPhone, Apple Pay that I have.
The iPhone Apple Pay. Okay. So a CBDC is a decentralized way of currency. Right? So Apple Pay is a solution owned by a company called Apple, right? If tomorrow Apple decides to close down, then that is over. CBDC is something created by the central bank of a country to add a new layer of features and functionalities to the monetary system, and is a parallel way to the physical money, right? to facilitate transactions, etc. So difference maybe is that a private company, Apple Pay, I mean, I don't know if your question is more from a technical point of view or from a...
Maybe to add to this, just before, a central bank digital currency is nothing but the representation of your central bank issued money, but in a cryptographic way. It is still controlled by the central bank. It is still something that can be switched off. It is still but as Jorge said earlier, it uses all of the benefits of blockchain technology. But technically speaking, it's nothing but your 1 dirham that you have in your pocket represented as a 1 dirham on your wallet on your mobile phone. Whereas Apple Pay is a payment service provider. They invite many people. So tomorrow you might be able to use your CBDC using Apple Pay. But one is, as he said, a private entity. The other one is a central bank.
But just to highlight, I understand the point. But let's say I have in my the only difference that I see, it becomes digital. I understand on a blockchain, but it's become digital. But
cryptographic. It already is digital. Apple Pay.
It is digital, right?
It already is digital.
So the only one benefit that CBDC brings probably is that I can use it on a platform, let's say, which only allows crypto payment. So will CBDC work there apart from what I use?
So CBDCs coming from a country, they have like the mandate to be open and allow everybody to integrate with that, right? While Apple Pay is the decision of Apple to say, you are my friend and you are not my friend. So the CBDC is an accessible way of money that anybody can integrate to through open or through open APIs, right? While Apple Pay is driven, decided by one company.
I'll add something to it. So CBDCs are of two types, right? One is retail CBDCs, which are to be used by the general public, which are probably not gonna be much in the use case anyway. And the other is wholesale CBDCs, which are not for public use, but are used by large financial institutions, central banks, and so on. For example, in large remittances between countries and so on. So that is also a point. Do we have any other question? No?
Hi, thanks for that. As a retail, like regular person, how should I go about looking at CBDCs or stable coins or Bitcoin? What should my concern be, and what should my thought process?
I think that's a great way to pose the question. First thing that I think all of us have started doing is to educate yourself. This is completely new, right? Don't listen to someone that's selling himself as an expert. You can be the next expert by reading more, educating yourself more. But just the terminology you used is very different from each other. So a CBDC is a central bank digital currency. Don't complicate the thought. It is essentially the same money that you own, but now represented through a blockchain technology of sorts, right? It works the same way, functions the same way, and stable coins come in different types, but think of the largest stable coin out there today is Tether, USDT, right? USDT is nothing but give me $1, I give you a stable token, and I will ensure that the token doesn't fluctuate in price so that you can use it for financial settlement and the likes. Bitcoin is inherently in its nature an alternative to the previous ones. It's an alternative to the money that we have in our pocket. It's an alternative to anything that is fixed. It is something that's simply governed by demand and supply, and obviously a lot of people participating in that network. But I implore you to please go and educate yourself, and don't listen to anyone that's an expert. If you're interested to start on my LinkedIn, I have a list of free courses that you can do. I want to tell you, I've been educating myself in blockchain and crypto for the past 11 years. And I think the most expensive course I've ever done was $200. You don't need to pay $10,000 to be educated on this. On my LinkedIn, you'll find linked to Princeton University lectures. Princeton University, I think we can all agree, is one of the best institutions in the world. And it's free for you to consume.
Thank you.
I will add one thing to this as well, because I think what you're experiencing is, I think, amongst an entire new wave of people coming into the space, right? And fundamentally, this is the problem I'm trying to solve, right? Because up until now, blockchains, cryptocurrencies, I have been a geeky thing in a basement that have been for early adopters, for innovators, but they haven't really reached the mass market. And I think we're at a very interesting cusp moment where the average regular person who is not a trader, who doesn't maybe want to spend 100 hours on Princeton lectures, but doesn't really know what they should be doing, how they should be doing. And I think next wave of companies that are going to be coming into the space is really enabling people like you who don't want to spend 100 hours on YouTube lectures to have products that are packaged in a very different way, that enable you to use these products, currencies, etc., in ways that are meaningful for you. So this is kind of the question that keeps me up at night in terms of what we're building with Amla. How do we make cryptocurrency, real world assets make sense to you as somebody who's not one of those trading geeks or very technical people? So I think that wave is coming.
What I would like to add is that in 5 years, I don't know how are we going to use CBDCs, stable coins, and cryptocurrencies, right? Because it will highly depend on how the central banks design the CBDC, and if people see value, and if they put the right functionality there so that people start using it, how and financial institutions and private companies design and implement stable coins, if a lot of them are implementing them, etc., how that what that will mean for us as citizens and as users and users, and what will be the rate of adoption of cryptocurrencies for paying services or for interacting with different platforms. So I see potentially a future where we know about all these options and where we are using these different options. But I also see the advent of companies that make our life easier, then act as bridges where we don't have to absorb all the complexity of dealing with all these different options.
Thank you. Great points from all the panelists. We leave you with just 2 key takeaways. Like Saker said, it's very important that if you're interested in the future of finance, start with educating yourself in blockchain. You don't need to learn the coding, etc. Just learn the basics, because the beauty of blockchain is that we can all shape the narrative. It's not just a few people at the very top making decisions, but you can steer the future in a way that is inclusive, transparent, and innovative. And secondly, I think being in the blockchain industry for so long, we have firsthand seen the power of collaboration over competition. We even have a term for it, WAGMI. We're all gonna make it. Together we go further. It is actually the shared spirit of shared progress that drives innovation in blockchain and beyond. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience, and thank you for your wonderful insight.
Thank you to our panelists for a very insightful discussion. Now, please join me in welcoming Hemant Julka, Group Head of Digital Innovation and Partnerships at Emirates NBD, to introduce the Emirates NBD and DTI program.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. My name is Hemant Julka, and firstly, I'd like to apologize for not being on the panel this morning. There was a small technical glitch. I was supposed to be patched in on Teams, and that didn't happen. So my apology. I will try and make up for it by sharing with you with some of the thoughts I had reserved for the morning panel session. Firstly, really thank you so much, Steve, for the invite from DIFC Innovation Hub to be part of this esteemed gathering today. Really pleased and delighted to be here. A little bit of a background to myself. Been in the country for nearly 3 decades. Spent 2.5 decades with building the brand of Emirates Airlines, part of the IT leadership team. Took a 3-year break. I call it an expensive MBA. Ran my own tech startup. Failed to scale it due to COVID, but carried a lot of war wounds. Was very fortunate to be tapped by my boss, Miguel Rio Tinto, to kind of pick up the portfolio of innovation and digital partnerships for Emirates NBD Group. I'm not a banker, and the reason I joined the bank was to solve one of the critical problems in the world, which is around the financial inequity that we have, and see how we can be disrupting the bank from inside to actually make a planet that actually looks after the financial well-being for every person on the planet itself. Very fortunate to lead a team of amazing people. A few of them actually in the team today here. Got Sean Sargison. Sean, if you want to just put your hand up. Yeah. Nasira, Fintech Engagement. Alanud, who actually is the innovation manager. So very fortunate to be working with an amazing group of people in the organization. And the agenda is just single fold, right? The idea is to disrupt the bank from inside and to enable a clear path for the fintech innovation ecosystem to kind of come seamlessly into the organization. So we are here to support you and serve each one of you today. We are here to kind of meet up with all of you and try and see how we can make your pathway into Emirates NBD Group as seamless and as painless as possible, right? So reach out to us. This is our whole agenda to actually be part of this ecosystem today. Yeah. In terms of digital innovation and partnerships, and specifically around National Digital Talent Incubator. So when I took on the role, the key element is to focus on how do we change the energies of the organization. The bank, as you know, 60-year-old fintech, or 60-year young fintech, as I call it, has worked tremendously hard to create a name for itself in the financial services industry in the country, and also has aspirations to become a global powerhouse in that space. Yeah, we currently operate in 14 countries, 30,000 odd employees across the different geographies that we have, and we want to do more. If you have followed the results announcements, Q3 was an amazing period. We kind of clocked, I think, very decent profits, and those decent profits actually made us one of the most profitable entities in the region itself in terms of the banking industry. So even if you shaped it against Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, we are one of the most profitable banks. And one of the things that we pride ourselves in is our cost to income ratio, which is one of the lowest in the industry. And yet we are able to leapfrog and spearhead in the space of innovation and technology transformation itself. So when I took on the role, we had this singular focus around how do we enable the entire grassroots ecosystem and enable our Emirati tech founders, fintech founders, and deep tech founders to start working on the vision that was set up by the leadership of the country around diversifying our economy and focusing on digital economies here. So this was the problem statement that we had, and we launched a program called the National Digital Talent Program under the auspices of the Ministry of AI. The Ministry of AI, as you know, is a very progressive unit. Small set of individuals, but actually has set the goals and the benchmarks really high for the country, and we are very privileged to be working with them. We also brought along the Higher College of Technology and the University of Sharjah as our academia partners, and through them we created the bridge between the industry and the academia to enable future of digital talent and digital technologies for the country. So that was one of the first pillars that we put together in June of 2022, and then in June of I think the fall of 2023, we actually launched the incubator program. So 2 bridges that we built. One is for the students to kind of come and work with us in the corporation, and the second one was for the Emirati founders of deep tech, fintech, and startup ecosystem to start working with the bank so that we are able to kind of shape the future of money, the future of banking, the future of financial inequity or equity in the world itself. Yeah. So that's where this was born. And we were very, very fortunate to actually work with very strong partners. So DIFC Innovation Hub, Mahmoud Al-Balushi was one of the first CEOs we actually reached to become a partner in the NDTI program. We also reached out to Microsoft, Dell Technologies, and Visa. So these are our 4 incubator board members that we put together along with the top execs of the organization. So we have got Ahmed Al Qasim, who is the head of wholesale banking. We've got Marwan Hadi, who is the head of retail banking and management. We've got Iman Abdulrazak, who's a group chief operating officer. Miguel Rio Tinto, my boss, who is the chief IT and digital officer, as well as Neeraj Makin, who's our group head of strategy, analytics, and venture capital. So we had the exco, the half of the exco represented on the board, and we had all the country leaders of our partners to work together. And their focus was to make sure how can we nurture our MIT fintech founders so that they can become better and they can become role models for other fintech founders, deep tech founders, and startup founders in the country itself. And today, I'm just so proud. I mean, I feel like a parent of some of the fintech founders that we have. We've got Abdullah Al-Khamda, who's going to talk about Homi. We've got Mariam Al-Ansari, who's going to talk about Ittifaq. I've got Vikram Subramaniam, who's going to talk about Wizmo itself. And we've actually got Salim, I think, who's going to talk about Jamia. So these are the 4 companies that we are really privileged to host in our 3rd cohort of the NDTI program. And if you just go to our website, you will also see some of the stellar founders from our NDTI cohort 1 and cohort 2, right? Just to give you an example, the NDTI cohort 1 and cohort 2 members were invited by DIFC to meet His Highness Sheikh Hamdad when we launched the Dubai AI campus here. So that's the kind of impact the NDTI founders have actually had on the ecosystem, where they have been able to cement their place in the startup ecosystem of the country, and they continue to be role models for the next generation to follow itself. So just wanted to leave you with that part, and I'm going to now hand over to the esteemed founders to kind of impress you with their pitches, and trust me, these guys are something else here. I mean, you'll experience them yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hemant. Now let's introduce the first startup from the Emirates NBD and DTI program, Homi, the world's first super cashback platform for everyday needs. Let's welcome Abdullah Al-Khamda, founder and CEO of Homi, to the stage.
Thank you. So first of all, guys, I want to present, wait, just a second to see how it works. Okay, perfect. Hello, guys. My name is Abdullah Al-Khamda, and I'm the CEO of Homi, the super cashback platform. Now I know when we talk about cashback, you guys are saying, here we go, that's another 2%, 3%, or 4% of cashback, because that's what banks give us. But I'm here to tell you, our platform serves a minimum of 20% cashback and up to 45% cashback. Now, what are the customer challenges here? 69% of residents are facing high living costs due to inflation, and all of us are going through that. 42% of UAE residents find cashback offers insignificant, making cashback less rewarding. As I told you guys, 2% cashback, 3%, they make no difference in our lives. And then 30% of UAE app users find cashback redemptions hard to access. And I'm going to tell you guys how we're solving these problems. Number 1, we absolutely have the highest cashback margins in the globe. You're going to find no platform that's giving you the cashback margins that we are giving you. Number 2, we're the world's only instant cashback solution. In a mere 30 minutes, we can settle with you your cashback money. And number 3, the only app that gives you cashback as real money. It's not, oh, send it again with us or whatever. No, you can literally withdraw it back to your bank account and you can enjoy the money however you want. Now, where do we give you cashback? It's with restaurants, hotels, retail,
beauty and fitness, attractions and leisures, even in online transactions. Wherever you spend your money, we have it with margins of cashback. Now, how does Homey work? It's extremely simple. So you go through a partner merchant with Homey, you pay through Homey, and then you're going to get substantial cashback where you can withdraw it back to your bank account. You can buy gift cards with it, or you can even pay your governmental bill. Now imagine this, you have 700 dirhams of cashback in your Homey wallet, which you can get, by the way, in 2 weeks, and your Salat bill is 500. Boom, with a click of a finger, you paid your governmental bill completely for free. And that is revolutionary, guys. Now, the projected market in the UAE, that's the most important part. It's projected to go up to $2.2 billion by 2028, and that's from Publicis Group. So it's the right timing and the right market for us to join. Now, inspiration of growth. We have Rakuten. That is it's a $15 billion company that provides cashback in Japan. We have in Singapore, Shop that reached over $1.5 billion of evaluation. We have Top Cashback that is valued over $1 billion in the United Kingdom. And guess what? There is no cashback king in the GCC. And this is where Homey is going to be the next big unicorn, especially because we beat them with margins of cashback. And we settle in 30 minutes your cashback, while they settle, and guess what? 120 days. Now, our milestones further. We have Homey Pay, where we're going to integrate with websites, and you can get cashback on every single website you desire. Cashback on flight tickets, affiliates, and even hotels. And now to the interesting part, the team. We have the incredible genius himself, Abdullah Al-Kamda, as the CEO. We have Junaid Al-Qurashi, who was the CTO of Bouticat, and now is the CTO of Homey. We have Ahmed Tawfiq. He was the country head of Talabat, and now he's the VP of sales in Homey. And Mohammed Nu'man, who was the head of design of Entertainer, and now he's handling the customer experience in Homey. Now, you guys heard of cashback. Have you heard of cashbank? That is for us later for us to discuss. And then we all know buy now, pay later, but you guys have never heard of buy now, never pay, which we will launch soon, and we think that will be revolutionary and it will change the whole market when we do launch. Thank you guys for listening, and this is Abdullah.
Thank you, Abdullah. Next, we have Wizmo, mobile money platform catering to the financial needs of underserved communities in the UAE. Let's welcome Vikram Subramaniam, Head Strategy and Investments of Wizmo, to the stage.
Hello. Hi. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Frictionless and accessible mobile money. That's the motto by which we live, and this service that we're bringing to the UAE. What we're looking to do is digitize cash transactions in the UAE using Wizmo as a platform to absorb cash and facilitate point-to-point digital payment transactions. There are 4 million people in the UAE who are considered part of the working population who earn salaries of less than 5,000 dirhams a month, at which level they typically struggle to get banking facilities. Similarly, on the business segment, of the 600,000 MSMEs operating in the UAE, 80% do not offer any form of digital payment acceptance. They transact in cash, or in some cases, they use bank transfers to process payments. These are the two market segments that we consider bullseye segments and what we're going after first, because for these two sections of the population, we solve real problems. We have competition in the UAE market. Unfortunately for our competitors, from our observations, they don't really address cash. So from a Wizmo perspective, we consider cash as our competition, not other payment solutions, not banks, not exchange houses. All of them are partners to us. Cash is our competition. The market in the UAE, especially in the last 4 years has become very favorable for solutions like us, largely driven by changes in the central bank and government regulations that allow privately owned and privately funded companies like us to actually apply for and obtain the necessary regulatory licensing to launch a service like this in the UAE. The opportunity on the individual consumer spending side on a TAM basis is nearly $150 billion annually. It's largely comprised of outbound personal remittances, retail sales, salary disbursements to unbanked workers, and e-commerce transactions. There is another $100 billion opportunity in the business-to-business space, largely catering to micro and small businesses in the UAE. Our solution runs on mobile devices for individuals and any internet-connected device for businesses. The key benefits we bring is lightning fast onboarding for individuals. We are the first financial institution licensed by the central bank to offer individual onboarding entirely through UAE Pass. If you have a verified UAE Pass account, you can complete the onboarding process and have an activated Vismo account in 2 minutes flat. For businesses, we have developed a custom business onboarding digital solution, complete with KYC, AML, risk scoring, and screening, that for simple businesses with individual owners can complete the process and activate your business wallet account in just 60 minutes. The main benefit a closed loop solution like Vismo brings to the UAE market is real-time payments. There is no settlement period. Whatever money payment transaction you do, it's transferred to the counterparty in real time. The big change we're bringing to the UAE is what we call our network partnership model. This is a model by which Vismo will partner with retail storefronts to effectively act as our ATM points. We call them Vismo cash points, and this will allow businesses to offer cash in, cash out services to individual customers of Vismo, wherein they can top up their Vismo wallet balances with cash in their pocket or withdraw cash from their Vismo wallet balances. This is effectively the concept of branchless banking brought to a mobile money service in the UAE. And this model has been approved by the Central Bank of the UAE specifically for us. We are a 4-year-old company, so while we are a startup because we only launched our service 3 weeks ago, we've been around for 4 years and we are fully licensed by the Central Bank of the UAE. We have an amazing team on board with us. We make revenue from transactions. And where we are right now is we have launched, and in the next 12 months, we're going to bring additional services to the population of business and individual customers of our service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vikram. Next, we have Jam'iyya, a digital platform modernizing the traditional Jam'iyya savings circle practice. Let's welcome Salim Aqil, venture builder of Jam'iyya, to the stage.
Today, I'm on behalf of the founder, Mane, who always took me under the bus whenever it comes to presentation. Hello, everyone. My name is Salim. I'm a co-founder of Jam'iyya. Today, I'm going to present the traditional Jam'iyya, which has been in the market since hundreds of years before even the bank system. If you don't know Jam'iyya first, maybe you know it from those keywords worldwide, because it's different from country to country, community to community. So Jam'iyya is a group of people, friends, family, friends of friends, where decide to do some sort of fund. Everyone, say 1,000 dirham, 10 friends, and months, and the lump sum of every person will take it. The cycle will continue month by month until everyone take his part. This is what we call a Jam'iyya in the Arab region. So the challenge of the traditional model is lack of transparency, not trusted at all. You work with people which you might know or not, and the operation behind it is really painful between transaction, cash, or bank-to-bank, Excel sheet, WhatsApp group. So it's really painful. And where we digitize the model to make it easier, safer, more convenience for everyone. Simple. You go to the app, you create your circle, you invite your network, and you start follow the automation and the process to do the Jamia. But before that, we do check up the profile of every person. So we do risk management process to be sure that they are eligible to attend Jamia or more. KYC, IDVR, or any sort of credit score checkup. To understand more what is Jamia, people usually use Jamia for short amount of money between 5,000 to 50,000, and they use it to pay an advance payment such as a school, homes, or for insurance or any type of reason which they need the cash lump sum. Our market size is huge. There are more than 5 million eligible people live in UAE with a good credit score where they can join Jamia, and that combined of 5 billion dirham every year. A lot of people compare us to personal loans, which I don't like. We are a saving app, saving community app. But if we will look to that, we are not, we are a free interest rate. In addition to that, it's faster to onboard people and get they get their contribution and fund faster. About the default payment, yes, every business model, fintech business model like us has a default payment, which has a range of 1 to 10%. Our model can last for 3%, and with our risk management process, reduce that from time to time. In addition to that, we take care of the legal part. So individual, it's hassle for them to go open a court case and pay those fees to get their money, but with us, it's easier, automated with the by court. Our model, we charge 99 dirham for verification, 99 dirham to join any new group, since the first one is free. We take transaction fee from the commission, from the withdraw money, and we charge 600, 400, 300 if you want to be from on the first queue. What value we have to invest in us? That we are the first mover in UAE. It happened already in Saudi. Many startups, more than $10 million fund in Egypt. And we are the first in UAE. We are part of the program. We are shortlisted to one of those sandbox. We launched already our alpha onboarding existing Jamia. The founders, Mane, who is the local guy, me, 18 years startup, Matthew, who done Jamia 10 years in different countries, and Dimitri, who done technology Jamia also in different countries. I'm done. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Salim. Next, we have Ittifaq, a legal tech startup automating legal research using AI. Let's welcome Mariam Al-Ansari, founder of Ittifaq, to the stage.
Hi, my name is Mariam Al-Ansari. I'm the CEO of Ittifaq, and our mission is simple: to simplify the legal research. It's a vital aspect of legal research, yet it is broken because it's slow. Legal professionals have to go through hundreds, if not thousands, of documents to find the right information. Yet it is very expensive because I'm pretty sure all of you have thousands of dollars, if not more, to acquire their services. It's because they have to acquire legal services and the salaries of paralegals and research tools to offer you that service, making it more expensive for you guys. There is also the inaccuracies leading from Arabic language because in this region, because in the Middle Eastern region, the Arabic language is the legal primary language. There is a lot of errors and delays that occurs from this process. That's why introducing Ittifaq, We're automating the legal research process using artificial intelligence, data structuring, and legal human expertise. Using our AI-powered researcher, you can analyze multiple documents simultaneously, pinpoint the right relevant information, legal information, and verify the credibility of it. Our bilingual AI assistant allows you to use AI to draft memorandums, legal emails, and summaries, as well as upload documents and analyze them. The library allows you to organize your documents more efficiently, making your work much faster. I know I use the buzzword a lot, the AI word, but we differentiate ourselves from ChatGPT because we have a RAG system specifically, technically speaking. And the way we differentiate ourselves from our direct competitors is by focusing on the legal Arabic analysis, as well as the comprehensive Middle Eastern jurisdictions. Security is our top priority. Technically speaking, we use open source models, end-to-end encryptions, and on-premise services. Our tech is highly scalable. We're targeting these entities that acquires legal research tools. The target market that we're targeting is valued at $800 billion, which is the Middle Eastern legal tech market this year. The way we approach it, our business follows a subscription tier, which is B2C, an enterprise solution, which is B2B, where we get the data from the entity to train our model and customize it, as well as AI training services for legal professionals. This is the team behind the scenes. All of our technology is in-house. Nothing is outscored. Data structuring, back-end, front-end, as well as AI engineering. This is our advisory support. We're fortunate to have Mahmoud Bartawi. He has exited from a company under 500 to Kitopi. Laura Barrett was an executive director and assistant general counsel at JP Morgan. And our vision is to put a new standard in the legal tech industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam. Now, please join me in welcoming Yahya Al-Qadi, Head of Strategy and Operations at Ignite, who will be sharing more insights into the newly launched Ignite.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm excited to be. Sorry. Okay. I'm excited to be introducing Ignite, the region's all-in-one growth for the startup ecosystem. Our mission is to make it easier, faster, safer, and more cost-effective for startups to start and scale their business. And we succeed by reducing friction throughout every step of the journey. Ignite was recently launched by the Dubai government, announced by His Highness Sheikh Hamdan, contributing to the wider strategy of the digital economy. Our aim is to drive hundreds of thousands of startups to global scale, and we're introducing or bringing together startups, founders, entrepreneurs, investors, mentors and experts, service partners, all in one platform, providing with the tools and everything they need to collaborate and engage, driving success and setting the ecosystem up for success. So, good luck to the Ignite startups that are presenting today, and I'll leave you with a very short clip showcasing what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Yahya, for that enlightening session. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the final group of startups, each of which come from the DIFC Innovation Hub and the Ignite ecosystem. First, we have PIMO, an all-in-one spend management platform with corporate cards and automated expense management. Let's welcome Alessandro Dori, the co-founder of PIMO, to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. So PIMO story. PIMO is a corporate card and expense management for the SMEs in the Middle East. PIMO story actually started across the corridor 2.5 years ago when myself and my 3 co-founders felt there was the time to go and serve better the SMEs in the market. So we are like a group of seasoned entrepreneurs and scale up founders that came together to address a big problem that we see and a big gap that we saw in the market for the SMEs in the region. We were lucky enough 2.5 years ago to raise $12 million from international investors, very excited to come into the region and grab this opportunity, as well as the best local VCs. We started from a simple problem. Every business in this country and in the region has one fundamental issue. When it comes to manage their back office payments operation, nobody is really happy of how they do it. Every one of you must have filed an expense report, must have lost money in claims that the company didn't want to reach or to give to them. Starting from this and adding on top the financial friction, nobody is happy. Opening a bank account, on the service that the banks provided towards SMEs, plus the complexity that is coming with the new up and coming regulation, especially towards SMEs that need to digitalize their business. That's why we did PEMO, and that's why we did it now in the GCC. We were supported also by a great new and modern regulatory framework, which we embraced since day one. And we wanted to capture the opportunity given by the strong focus on the growth of the SMEs in the market. So what do? We provide corporate cards linked to a SaaS ERP kind of software or a financial software that helps businesses capture all their expenses. Imagine you tap your card, you get a push notification on your app, you have done these expenses, you file the receipt, and the finance and the accounting team in a snap registers it and pushes it into the company management system. Easier said than done. We sit on a massive opportunity with more than 10 million SMEs to be served all around the region. If we look just at the 2 biggest markets, Saudi, the UAE, we speak about almost 2 million SMEs, which still rely massively on cash. What do? We take this cash, we transform it in digital spend, and we run on the growth of this digitalization. This is the opportunity that we see just on the growth of corporate cards for businesses in each of these markets, and the growth will come particularly from the SMEs. Where is PEMO today? At the end of 2024, we have captured more than 4,000 businesses in little longer than 18 months from our launch. We are transacting now an annualized volume of 1.4 billion dirhams on our cards, and we have a team of more than 60 members across the region growing to serve our customers. And news of last week, just closed our pre-Series A of $7 million, bringing in more investments and interest to foster our growth scale. Thank you so much. I'm Alessandro Durin.
Thank you, Alessandro. Next, we have Fedi.io, transforming loyalty programs with a seamless collaborative network. Let's welcome Ashish Pandey, CEO of Fedi.io, to the stage.
Thanks. So I spent about 15,000 dirhams just on coffee in the last 365 days. That's about 600 coffees. And would you like to know how many coffees I got back for free for my loyalty? Zero. It's because of this. We've all asked this question in supermarkets, gas stations, coffee shops, everywhere. And I don't know about you, but my answer to this is usually no. I don't want to be installing another application or scanning a barcode for pennies on the dollar. It's just not worth it. And I know I'm not alone because over 70% of us feel the same way. We install these loyalty applications just to abandon it immediately. So despite the high abandonment and high friction, the market continues to explode. It doubles every 3 years. This is what loyalty programs look like today. This is the Starbucks application. You have the barcode. And in this kind of a system, you have to scan the barcode before you make a payment in order to get the reward. And as we discussed, over 70% of people fall through in the first step itself. In a world with Fedi, we kill the QR code. And now you just make a payment and you earn rewards automatically, just like magic. How it works is we're an embedded finance company and we provide APIs to enterprises, open banking APIs, which allow end consumers like you and I to link our bank accounts directly on the loyalty program. And what happens then is we get access to 2 years of transaction history on every customer, and we're able to see where the customers are shopping. So with this information, we're able to enable enterprises with data they don't have access to today. For example, telling them where else are the customers shopping, where should they be opening the new location, and what categories should they be looking into. We make money every single time a customer taps their card, because when they do, we get access to the transaction stream and we tell the enterprise that the customer shop there. So the customer gets the rewards and we get, it's that simple. For every 1,000 customers that link their bank accounts, we make almost $7,000 annually recurring. And brands like these have hundreds of thousands of customers that visit them daily. We're now seeing a surge of fintechs that are partnering with loyalty programs manually one by one. It's very resource intensive. And so the way that we build Fedi is one API for every single loyalty program. So now we're able to provide this one API to banks, to fintechs, to everyone who's trying to create their own ecosystem. Once we have this API that connects to all the loyalty programs, we plug it into our own application, and now we have the Fedi app where customers can link the bank account once and be part of every single loyalty program in the market. The timing could not be better. I'm sure you're all familiar with open banking, how the regulations are coming in. The UAE government, the KSA government have all approved and mandated banks to have these APIs for fintechs like us to use. In just 86 days since the first angel check, we built out the MVP. We're part of the open banking lab in Sama, and we secured an LOI with large enterprise and also distribution to over 50,000 monthly active customers. So we're a super experienced team, and Faisal, who's the head of engineering, has built neobanks from scratch before. He's been part of the YC cohort. Mohammed, who's head partnerships at Tamara for all the key accounts. And me, who's been a venture builder, and I've built venture builders for conglomerates and family offices as well. And advisors and angels are pretty much titans of the industry who are pretty well connected and super helpful. So I'll end by saying that if data is the new oil, then Fedi is the future digital Aramco. I'm more than happy to dive deeper in any of this. My booth is there, so feel free to find me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have DeepFlows AI, a B2B a B2B SaaS company using AI to accelerate corporate finance transactions. Let's welcome Gray Batby, the co-founder of DeepFlow's AI, to the stage.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Okay. So I'm going to present you with DeepFlow, the generative AI for financial services. Let's start with one figure, 35 billion. That's the amount of added value that will be bring to GCC region thanks to AI, and especially 5 billion in finance, according to McKinsey. That's why we decided to build an AI platform to boost the productivity for financial services. The core team is composed of 2 engineers from Google and Stanford and myself, who has 6 years of experience in merger and acquisition, private equity, and investment. And we have a strong board of advisors with strong experience in finance, AI, and go-to-market strategy. So what is the context exactly? We know that there is 3 trillion of deal value every year in merger and acquisition, private equity, and all financial professionals under tight deadlines to close all these deals. What is exactly the problem? The due diligence processes which take a lot of time. Basically, as an analyst, I used to spend 15 hours a day analyzing and writing the document for the process, and my partner was reviewing all these documents. And so what we want to do is to bring a platform which is using AI agent to boost productivity. So basically right now we have 2 types of agent, AI analyst automating your analysis, and AI partner which are supporting the decision by speaking with your documents. The first use case that we have been doing is AI agent to automate market analysis. So basically, we went from a 5 days and 2.5 process to 4 hours and 400 euro only. So huge gain of time and productivity. But that's only one step in the process, and we have identified 100 more agents to automate the different financial processes. What is the market? We are targeting a 5.5 total addressable market between merger and acquisition, investment, and consulting firms. And more precisely, we are targeting 5% of this market, which will give us 100 million in revenue with 3,000 players. The first clients that we are targeting and the few clients and beta testers that we have right now are around the world, and there is main institution in the financial sector. For sure, we have competition in this sector. ABI and Rogo, for instance, which are exactly on the same vertical, they raised hundreds of millions from a good investor in the US. And we think that we have differentiator factor to really build and develop our company. So what are the 2 different differentiators? They are on the technology and the go-to-market strategy. Regarding the technology, we have an orchestration tool which is allowing us to build tailor-made AI agent pretty quickly. And we are then able to combine these different agents into a global architecture, which is allowing us to build multi-AI agent to answer to the most complex financial problems. And finally, we have a good go-to-market strategy built on 7 pillars, which is going to differentiate us from our competitor, and which has been built with our advisor who has 20 years of experience at IBM, Oracle. Today, we are looking to raise 1 million in seed. We have already 300,000 committed. This fund is going to be used to build a team on a full-time basis, to deliver our technical roadmap with more than 100 agents, and to reach the 100 million in recurring revenue, which will bring us to 800 million in enterprise value, according to competition. So do not hesitate, if you have any question, to contact me regarding potential collaboration or potential investment. I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Travel TravelN.ai, an AI-powered app creating personalized travel itineraries. Let's welcome Imad Afyouni, the co-founder and managing partner, to the stage.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Hi. So hi everyone, I'm Imad. I'm the co-founder of Travelin AI, the AI partner for seamless and personalized trip planning. So today we are all travelers and we are all having issues when we are creating our itineraries to become personalized and dynamic and to reach out to live events and other non-outdated information. Travel agencies, tour operators as well, they have problems while creating their itineraries. They have a lot of time actually to create something personalized. They miss a lot of outdated information and they have problems to go beyond their horizons of expertise. The global market opportunity is huge in terms of travel-related businesses, which is expected to reach $1 trillion by 2028. And our obtainable market for travel agencies and tour operators and travel businesses who are willing to integrate AI in their businesses is expected to reach $120 billion by 2028. So our vision is to become the lead in global transformation of travel planning by making every journey expertly tailored, seamless, and unforgettable. So we are a team of technically expert people, 3 PhD holders in AI, data mining, and we have also tourism experts with a brand ambassador and influencer for more than 15 years in the tourism domain, and a business entrepreneur for more than 10 years of expertise as well. So what's the solution? So we are actually gathering data from different places of interest that are actually giving us the POIs, the live activities, and live events from different sources. And we are blending it all together into our itinerary crafting generation. So our AI engine will give you a fully multi-day itinerary in a very few seconds that can be completely tailored to your needs and even editable quickly. So we have started as a B2C app and we launched 4 months back, and then in September we pivoted to B2B integration, and we've seen a lot of traction since then. So what we generate as features, we are giving the generative AI powered trip planning engine with AI enhanced personalization and real-time updates. We allow tour operators and travel businesses to expand beyond their geographical expertise with very low operational cost. While merging AI efficiency, we also allow them to maintain their expertise and the human warmth behind. So if we can just see the simple demo here, the user would be able to look for any trips. They can write, I'd like to go for Dubai with a solo traveler. I'd like to have water activities, adventures, and so on. So the application will look for places of interest, for activities, for live events that are happening around them. We gather them also from social media. And then quickly, we can actually the full itinerary with the details, with the route and optimized route. And we have everything can be editable. You can replace, you can reshuffle, you can optimize your route based on your expertise. So everything is done in a few seconds. And you can even book your activities, your bookable events, everything can be booked on the same platform. You can see the optimized route. We save time, space, and energy. So our business model, we are B2B focused, and we are actually allowing businesses to have API licensing for lightweight integration, hybrid integration, where we allow them to integrate their deals, their data, because they have a treasure of data, and we allow them to promote their data inside our trips in a very automated way. And also we have on-premise solution for large companies to maintain privacy. Okay. So our main competition advantage, we have many, but it's based on R&D work for more than 3 years, okay? And mainly we are optimizing routes in space and time. Mainly we are integrating dynamic events and live activities on the fly. And we are building this prompt to trip itinerary that is actually the unique one that allows you to, just from a single prompt, to get your itinerary and to get it editable in a very few seconds. So our 3 months traction in B2B, we have received more than 21 prospects, from all around the world. We have 2 strategic partners in terms of a global coverage. 4 POCs signed right now. We are seeking 500K in terms of pre-seed investment. We want to expand our team globally because we have many integrations. And also in terms of business development and infrastructure, cloud and data infrastructure. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward for your questions. Thank you.
And finally, we have Mental, a groundbreaking immersive training platform using AI and gaming technology. Let's welcome Hani Abu Ghazale, co-founder of Mental, to the stage.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are on a mission to transform training using the power of gaming. If we look at the vocational education and training industry, it's projected to grow into a whopping $900 billion. And despite that opportunity, it suffers from many problems. Poor learner experience in classrooms and through static videos, resulting in poor learning outcomes. Outdated platforms that are not supportive spatial data and immersive technology. And for simulations that are immersive, the cost is very high and not attainable to most. So through combining the art and science, we're able to create a new type of learning experiences that can transform education for a new generation of learners. And our mission is to turn training into something that people love. And we have, over the last few years, developed groundbreaking training of emergency cases where you use virtual reality and haptic devices to recreate dangerous situations in a safe place. And we also worked on projects like the one with Dhaka, where we trained and certified more than 10,000 employees around the world using our compliance training. We've developed a future-facing platform that uses generative AI to create immersive training platform and cover the whole journey of training and certification, and most importantly, analyzing spatial data in gaming environment. And we have been in business for the last 3 years and have launched with several government entities and collaborated with Dubai municipality on our next flagship course, which is Food Stars. Now, to take this immersive experience and make it attainable and scaling it, was important for us to switch to a new business model, which is a SaaS model. And the same vision of creating that immersive training and turning it into something that people can afford will allow us to push it to countries around the world, have higher margins, and reduce our cost of acquisition. And we have a pipeline of highly in-demand courses and certification that we're developing, both in the STARS, which is the essential family, but also we're going vertical and pushing for the more advanced courses. And we just launched Food Stars. Food Stars opportunity is, it's a massive market. Every single person that touches food has to get certified. And it's about a $500 million opportunity around the world. We just launched it in Dubai last month. So a picture is worth 1,000 words, and a video is worth 1,000 pictures. So we already got approval from regulators in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and in the process of getting approvals from other regulators, and already onboarded Albaik and other large enterprise. So, and behind this beautiful project is a great team. We combine experiences from AAA game studios like Ubisoft, Activision, Square Enix, but also EdTech, where Yusuf comes from Coursera and Accenture. And if you would like to find out more, please come visit our booth or scan my QR code. We'd love to talk about how we can take Mental from the UAE to the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Hani. Okay, thank you all for participating in today's event. We're thrilled to see the innovative solutions presented by our startups. Please take the opportunity to visit their booths to learn more and engage directly with their teams. Before we conclude, I am delighted to announce that the DIFC Innovation Hub, in collaboration with Ripple, is launching the XRPL Accelerator Program. This initiative is designed to support early-stage startups, offering grants of up to $100,000. For more details and inquiries, please contact the DIFC Innovation Hub and Ripple teams, or scan the QR code displayed on the screen. Thank you, and it was a pleasure being your host.